お待たせしました。お待たせしました。いやー、マジで焦った。まさかマイクつかんとはね。びっくりびっくり。というのも、OBS の更新をかけたんですけど、多分それのせいで多分外れたんでしょうね。びっくりしました。では、画面を切り替えます。ということで、皆さん、明けましておめでとうございます。新年一発目から、こんな配信を組ませていただきました。ということで、今年も1年よろしくお願いいたします。ということで、まあ、ちょっとね、押してしまったんで、早速やっていきたいなと思うんですけど、マジでこのゲームやったことないんで、下準備だけはしておきました。ボリュームがどんだけ小さいかとかわかんないんであれなんですけど、セッティングで、ある程度パパパーっとやってはおいたんですけど、こう、これつけときましょうか。うんうん。ほうほうほう。ちょこちょこっと設定だけいじりましょう。ある程度やったんですけどね。カメラ感度かわかんねえな。全体のボリューム、ちょっと画面をちょっと小さめにしてます。アンチエレスかちょこちょこ設定もかけてます。コントローラーわかんないんで、なんかいい感じにやります。これ多分字幕でかい方がおもろいでしょ。字幕大にしましょう。あー、なるほどね。まあ80で良さそうですね。レティクルってもういいや。じゃあ切っとけ。あー、なるほど。これはいいや。よし。ナレーターいじめの名作やると聞いて。僕もね、それ、噂だけ聞いてて、どんなゲームかマジで知らなくて、とりあえず一旦普通にやってみようかなというところから考えておりますが、僕の気まぐれで話は逸れていく可能性は全然あります。ちょっと曲の、ゲームのボリュームかも、よくわかんない。レティクルは酔い止め防止マーク。なるほど。それいいな。酔い止め防止か。セッティングつけようかな。レティクル、レティクル。なるほど。これか。浄土気に入り。なるほどね。一旦オフにして、ちょっと酔ったら考えます。じゃあ、そんな感じで始めていこうかしらね。では、ゲームを始める。
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
はい。
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how
これ
long
そ
to
もそも
push,
仕事か？
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
これ仕事じゃないだろ。
Stanley was happy.
大嘘じゃん。
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
はい。
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
指令がなかった。
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say
誰もいない
hi.
と。
Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
会社潰れ
Something
てない
was
の？
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
デスクを離れ、部屋を出ていきました。はい。そういうことね。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
会議室どこよ？こっちか？これか？会議室どこよ？会議室どこ？
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
左のドアね。はい。わかりました。仰せのままにやっていきたいと思います。これもしかして8番出口か？これ大丈夫かなこれ。間違いないかな。ちゃんと電気つけた方がいいよ。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
上の階にある上司の部屋ね。How to solve a dispute? なんだこれ。ああ、びっくりした。上の階ね。上の階。これか。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
ここじゃないんだ。もっと上なんだ。ああ、危ない危ない。これ本当に会社か？
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
知らないってことじゃないからね。
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
知らないんだもんね。知らないんだもんね。わかんないよー。
2845.
知らないって前言ったじゃん。知らないもんな。
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened.
悪やんけ。悪やん。
Stanley got the hell along with the story.
悪やん。これか。悪じゃんか。暗っ。ガチャコン。全然会社じゃないじゃん。
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
お邪魔します。おお、来た。これジャンプとかあるんかな？ジャンプとかないよな。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
これか。エスケープ何？気になる。 あ、明けましておめでとうございます。今年もよろしくお願いします。で
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
明かりをつけましたよ。
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
なるほど。これ何をクリックしてるかが全然わかんねえな。あー、この丸がそうか。
Now the monitors jumped to life,
Oh.
their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The
なんか上に出てる
lives
さある
of
な。
so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
なるほど。あそこの上にさなんであの T 字がある、なんかなんだろうなS 字みたいな S 字ののがみたいなのがあるんだ。なんでなんだろうね。なんか一箇所だけスキッパーなんだけど、あれも気になるな。どうで行くか。これがエレベーターだよな。
This mind control facility,
Oh.
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
行きましょう行きましょう。
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
ディスプレイ壊れてないか。
It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
ゾッとしたね。聞くなよこっちにこっちに聞くなよ
Surely spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
っていうかナレーターがさ、プレイヤーに聞くのもおかしいでしょすでに変じゃん。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy
Oh.
or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
買いたい。どうやって買いたいのができるのかな。暗すぎる。暗すぎる。どうすんだ。暗すぎてわからん。コンソールダイアログ。暗すぎるって。暗すぎる。これかこれかこれっぽいな。システムパワー。
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
じゃあとりあえず言われた通りにオフ。どうですか。これどうなんのこれで。
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He He had
彼は
won.
勝ったのです。
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still
まあ
lay
たくさんの引き分かったのを思い出す。ほ
Where
う。
had his
あ、そうだ
co-workers
ね。
gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into
そ
the
んなことは
chamber,
もうどうでもいいこと
realized
と。
none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
行きましょう。これ見よがしに見ちゃうな。
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation,
おう
the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things
多
were
分
meant
こ
to
れが
happen.
正しいルートなんだろうな。
Stanley was happy.
幸せかどうかわからんだろう、君が決めても。ベストズゲーム。さあ、ここからですね、このゲームの本番は。まず、どういう流れかを今把握しました。どういうゲームかが今分かりましたよと。分かったところで、2周目。こっから好きになります。あ、グレンゲテ曲を作る予定とかはありますか？相手次第です。予定はね、どっかでやりたいなと思ってやるんですけどね。お、反応しないな。なんかできないかな、これ。セッティング。インタラクト E。あ、でもマウスでできるもんな。しゃがむコントロールか。はあはあはあ、ジャンプできるって言ってるんだよな。ジャンプできないんだよな。本当にジャンプできんのこのゲーム。何ニューキャンジャンプ、ジャンプできないって言われてんだけど。なんだよ、じゃあこのコントローラーは。じゃあこの子。なんだよ。もしもーし。しゃがむ、コントロールだっけ？これ入れんかな？入れんか。ここ何にもないんかな。ジャンプできんやんけ。お、いいね。
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley
待っ
waited.
てます。
Hours passed. Then days. Had years gone by?
何年も経ったでしょ
He。no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the
正解。
answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now
もう
it's
ちょっとです。
just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
ほら、
Here
来
it
ますよ。
comes.
お。
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his
そういうことか。
responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to
これ無視して扉開けれんかな。
Nothing will hurt.
あー、これ、
Nothing will
もう開けられないのか。
In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then days.
あー、これ閉めちゃうともう終わりなんか。
Why? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
出してくれ。
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now
あ
it's
ともうちょっとです。
just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
教えてるのお前じゃねえかよ。これカメラとかあるんかな、どっかに。なさそうだけどな。これできるか。開かないのか。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
このゲームって本当にジャンプないの？ジャンプボタンあるだけ？もしかしてマジで。お、いいねいいね。ジャンプボタン本当にねえのこのゲーム。本当？スペース反応するな。反応する。じゃあマジでジャンプできねえのかここ。あ。電源来ちゃった。プリンターの使い方がひどい。ジャンプ売り切れなんですけど、本当かよ。マジか。なんでこの出た時緑なの？気になるな。
Oh, please.
あー、ちょっと
Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
なるほど。
Now suppose you were to click the door 20
こういうことだよね。
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes,
なるほど。
almost certainly 50 clicks.
50ぐらい簡単ですよ。やりますよ、僕は。
No, no, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have
なんか今のしたい
It
で
has
す。
to be a true reward for valiant effort. I
全
want to
力
see
が
some
欲しいです、スタンリー。
hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
うるせえ。ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。ないやんけ。ちゃんと置いとけよ。くそー。いけってか。さあ、ないやん。 れ閉めれないかな。これは閉められない。開けろ。開けるんだ。開けなさい。くそがよ、開かないじゃないか。なさそうなさ君には失望したよ。なんで何もないんだ。失望したよ、君には。ナレーターくん、君にはがっかりだよ。何か用意してると思ったんだけどな。失望したよ、君には。がっかりだ。これだけ新品なんだよな、明らかに。もうなんもないんかな、ここ。おこっから上がるとめっちゃ気になるな。ジャンプねえな。クソがよ、開かないな。ダメだ。何もない。これあかんかな。開かないな。ああ、閉めちゃった。閉めちゃった。これ開けちゃうかな。これ取れたシーンが扉。喋らんし。もっと喋ってほしいな。こっち確か10路でしたよね。だから、ほら。やったぜ。開けんかい。開かないやんけ。457。
Stanley clicked on links every single one because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
インプットリス、なんだこれ。この辺とか開きそうだけどな。あ、一応一方通行なんだな、このゲーム。これなんだろうな。わかんねえからいいや。くえー、ダメか。こことか開かないんかな。こぼれてるやん。よいしょ。これも開かない。全部開かないじゃん。ダメだな、全部無理だ。 この扉も開かないし。硬い扉だな。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
左。外眩しい。左こっち。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
ラウンジに立ち寄る。この部屋やばいな。この部屋やばい。意外と反応するとこないな。440、450。お、これは。何かあるんだ。
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
これ買えないかな。何も反応しない。
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
コップ床に置くなや。
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his
彼の人格がらしいです。
personality.
うるせえ。
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
ナレーターうるさすぎるでしょ。
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
ないかな。もう成田くんこれ話してくんないかな。いやーこれも喋ってくれなそうだな。今ので終わりかな。もう終わりっぽいね。行きましょう。
But at last, he'd had enough of
すいません、すいません。はい。
took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
あれこんなとこあったっけ。おやおや
So he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the
まあ
office
反対側の
door,
ビ
and
ル。
got back on track.
ああ、なるほどね。ここで思いっきり分岐するんか。ああ、なるほどね。これ迂回ルートだから、無視して、こうだな。
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about, and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go,
ナレーターくん。
some left.
左いや、おかしいおかしい。おかしい。ナレタくんどうした？
Oh no!
Ah, yes,
No,
yes.
it's to the right. My mistake.
そうですか。
No, 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 not the right.
ナレタくん
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down...
道わかんなかったるやん。
Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
本当ですか？成田くん？この車なんか変だな。この車で、こっち行くと暗すぎ。視野角かな？明るさって。あまりにも見えないんだけど。これもつけてみようかな。これ小さめで、パッと出てくれればいいか。明るさとか絶対好きんかな。あんまりにも見えないんだけど、画面が。わあ、強制的にルートに戻されてる。
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just...
ダメじゃん。ナレーターくん。
Kidding. It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the
お前が言うな
beginning.
よ。
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay. From the top.
君が間違えたんでしょ、ルート。お前がルート間違えたんだろ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
ナレーターくんよ。あそこに結構な分岐がありそうだね。なんかあそこまではもう何もないからパッと触ってる感じ。これか？これ400ってあるやん。なんかありますか？もしもーし、ナレーターくん。ナレーターくん。一回見た演出はもう出ないんかな。なんだナレーターくんよ。しょうがないな。
When Stanley...
おやっと
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I
ああ、
said I
そういうことに
completely
続いてるのかま
restarted
だ。
the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
スタンリーに聞くなよ。
Move the story
ス
somewhere
タン
or-
リーに聞いてもわかんないでしょ。
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then.
オッケー、じゃあ冒険
It's an
だ。
adventure. Come, Stanley.
ストーリーを見つけようぜじゃないんだよ。いやいやいや。いやいやいや。いやいやいやいや。何をしてんですかこのゲームは今。 俺何してんだろうこのゲーム今。見つからないじゃんこれじゃ。
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely to progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Wow. Restart.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oi. あれパソコン電源切れてるな。あ、クリックできない。ちょっとまた変わってそうだな。ないやんけ。ないやんけ。
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction?
別の声持っていません
See
か
if we missed anything.
そもそも戻れるんですかもう何なんだよこのゲームはよ。なんかバグってそうだな。
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
あーじゃないんだよ。来た来たストーリー来た来た。
No, wait.
なんもないやんけ。
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
ちゃんとしてよナレーターくん。また変わってるやん部屋が。なんなんどこだよこれは。
To be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
Sorry?
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
合ってますね。
Do you
あなた覚えて
remember,
ますか
Stanley?
スタンリー。
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
You win! だね、うるせえ
I know you've done a lot of hard work.
うるせえマジで。
Good job. Oh no.
何が You win だよ。
Right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
おお、リスタートされた。もうおかしいやん。
All right.
解決しました。
This time, to make sure we don't get
はい、
lost,
これなるに。
I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
このルート外れてんだよな、きっと。あ、おはようございます。わー。これ閉めれるんかな。閉めれないな。曲がっとるやんけ。ルートが間違ってるんだがいやいやいや、ルートが間違ってますかな。こっち行ってみるかな。こうなると
No, no, I'm done.
いやいやいや。
We're bringing it up to the line.
私はもういいよ。そういうことかいな。LINE チーム任せるから。お、空いてるじゃないですか。 おー、いい。ゲームしとるやん、こいつ。くそー、電源切れない、こいつ。なるほど。4B4。4B7。
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in
ス
this
トーリーがね、
direction.
これはこっちです。
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though,
つまり
here's a
思いつくこと
thought.
があります。
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
ほ
Now
う。
we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the
相対的
skeleton
経
of
験
my
的
own
精神的主観的
relative
構造的構造の骨
experiential
格なんで
mental
しょうか。
subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa,
う
whoa.
わうわうわうわ
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
どこもです
Sure
見
where
失い
I
ま
was
した。
going with all that.
そうです
You
か
know。what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
うるせえ BGM。BGM うるせえマジで。フランクすぎるだろ BGM が。ルートが適当すぎる。なんだこのルートは。ちゃんとやれよ。はてな。分かってないじゃんルート。わざわざ上から来ていいんだって。ラインしっかりして。これはひどい。音が半分消えてる視点。これはひどい。ガクガクすぎるでしょルートが。めちゃめちゃすぎるでしょ。このカーブも全く意味ないし。完全に意味のないルート走らされてる。これも無視してきたな。帰ってきた。マジでこの線意味ねえな。こうなってて上上がっておおで結局ここ戻ってきてこれだもんね。一緒やん。コピキ多いな。
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
シダってどれよ。
Stanley,
これか。
this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
意味あるんかそれは。よいしょ。こういうのねスクリーンショット撮っておけば書けるんですよね。メモ帳プリントアプリペイント起動してよいしょと。絶対使わんと思うけどな。 もうここなんか苦労しちゃってるやん。
We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
LINE がめちゃめちゃすぎる。で、こっち行って。ああ、持ってへん。ダメダメ、もうダメだって。信じてたのに。
After everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
LINE くんダメじゃん。
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
なるほど。
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this
こ
direction?
の方向性は。行きましょ
Now, yes, this
Exciting.
is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
う。これループしてる
What
でし
do
ょ、
you
絶対。
want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
なるほど。
Oh, no, not you
また君
again.
か。
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome
違う、
new
いけないじゃん、こ
story.
れ。
No lines or monitor rooms.
サムライ
Don't
ン。
acknowledge it.
TMO だけだ。ルートがめちゃくちゃすぎる。上行っとるやん。お、帰ってきた。
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our
スト
control.
ーリー、ストー
How
リー。
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds
新宝島。
with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes,
いや、正
then
解だ、
by
じゃないん
all
だよ。
accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
しかも左開かないし。混乱エンド。
Oh, hold up, what's
何
this?
これ。
The confusion.
混乱エンドですね。
You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
何だ、大丈夫。
Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be.
No.
I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I
やらねえぞ、やらねえぞ。
won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer turned.
お、止まった。
Stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this
何なんだ
schedule?
これ結局。
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
って何なのこれは。
So, okay.
てか扉どこ繋がっとるじゃん。
Now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story.
どうで
Wouldn't
しょ
you
うか。
agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
そうですか。
Well, in the meantime, if you
お、びっくりしたあ、これで終わりか。なるほど。 じゃあこれ多分これで1個エンディング見たってことだね。
All of his co-workers were gone.
あ、
What
なるほ
could
どなる
it
ほど。
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
だから結局分岐はあそこにあるってことだね。ここだね、結局分岐は。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
左に入って戻ったらどう？あー、閉められた。くー。
Yet there was not a single person here
なんか
either.
ねえかな。
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
物置。もう、あ、物置開くやん。
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
よし。
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
これは物置でなんかあるかな。やだよーだ。
It was baffling that Stanley was still just
Kakak
sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
なんもないな。
Are you still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
戸惑っているんです。
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. It didn't even occur to me because literally this closet
思いつきはしなかった。
has no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
いや、物が多くていいっすね。
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the
物
broom
置見る
closet
の
ending? The
物
broom
置見る
closet
一番好きだっ
ending
たわ。
was my favorite." I hope your friends
させてくれ
find
ますよう
this
に。
concerning.
いや、物置見るないかな。
Stanley was fat and ugly and really
うるせえ。
he probably only got the job because of a
う
family
る
connection.
せえ、マ
That's
ジ
how
で。
stupid he is. That or with drug money.
こら。
Also, Stanley was addicted to drugs
ほ
and
ら。
hookers.
成田くん口悪いよ。
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now.
あなたは死んだの
You're
です。
dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort hit your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like
まあ、
this,
こういう場合
the
は地に
responsible
知
thing
られ
is
る
to
責任
alert
がある。
someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
そうですね。
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this
ま
computer
だ監督
is
死んでますよ。
they have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the
他の人は
area
代わりになる
and
指示してください。
instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person
一人称視点ゲーム分かってるじゃん。
and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
もう出したがりじゃん。
When you've done that, just step out into the
それ終わったら
hallway.
分かっててね。どうですかね。今のが最後かな、この感じ。 なさそうですね。出て、
second
あ、
player.
2人目プレイヤー、君が来てくれてよかった。
I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who did it for you. You
あなたも信じられない。
I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish?
魚、菌類。
Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
だ。もうないね、これは。物置エンド終わった。面白かった。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
上か、
boss's
なるほ
office.
ど。上行かなきゃ。いやー、上来たな。
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered
Otto.
the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his
なるほど
post
ね。
during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His
If
boss would think he was
ね。
crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment
Exit.
for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
確かに
Why
ね。
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
あ、ループしてるね。
This is all a dream.
あ、部屋ループしてるわ
What。a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually
狂ってはいないのです。
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
お、いた。
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
宇宙
How
だ
was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream.
夢ではなということに。
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself?
多分あれ脱
Believing
字だ
that
な
if。he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he was certain beyond a doubt that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
彼ができたら。
He would prove it. He
証
would
明するので
prove
す。
that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside.
ああ、なるほど。
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
どうですかこれは。
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
そして真っ暗になりました。はい。
This is the story of a woman.
おかしいでしょ。おかしいでしょ。
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
主人公変わったけど。
Rose got dressed, gathered her belongings, and
ああ、
walked
そういうこ
to
と
her
ね。
place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
なるほど。
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
いい話だな。なるほどね。こういう分岐があるのか。
The meeting room. Yes, that's where
会議室そうだよ。みんな
everyone
そこにいるでしょ。
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone.
その先がちゃんとあるで偉いな。他のことできないのかな。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
左行ってやるか。ある程度じゃあ言うこと聞いてあげようか
Yet
な。
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
.なんもないな。なんもないな。なんかありそうだけどな。ここ通過点なんかな、ただの。これちょっとなんか起きんかな。なんもないか。行きましょう。また入ったところから。
Oh, no, 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 I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
まだあるだからすごいな。 もうないな。さすがにもうないな。すげえな、物置。まだあったのか。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to
で
his
多
boss's
分下
office.
はあれが最後っぽいから、上に上がって、あ、開くじゃん、これ。壁に落書きしてるやんけ。これほんとこれだけか。これだけっぽいな。これフルボスさんすごいっすよね。うわあ、これほんとこれだけっぽいな。何もないじゃん。なんかあってほしかったな。残念。これなんもないな。開くじゃん、これ。これ開くんだ。エレベーターあるやん。BGM うるせえ。BGM がてか歌ってるやんけ。ナレーターがずっと歌ってるのおもろせでしょ。どこまで行くのこれエレベーターは。はい、いいですか。あら、それだけ。じゃあ下押してみようかな。はははは。これそれだけかいな。しかも出口一緒やんけ。いいな、くだらないな。とてもくだらなくていい。ただいま。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the book, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings,
バカにしてるだろ。
desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
いいのか。
Yet incredibly, by silly pushing random
単純に適当
buttons
にしま
on
し
the
た。
keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by
嘘つけ
sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
開けるだけ開けて帰れないかな。ダメだ、帰るの買ってる。この先なんか変えたいんだよな、ルート。ああ、もう確か押せないんじゃん。 上押せるんか。
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back
お
up.
いや気にしないで。
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it was just back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
ただいま。ただい
Here we
ま。
are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
元気だな。なるほど。ダメか。こっからなんかもうちょっと戻れねえかな。ダメか。
Incredible. Now he's
信じ
getting
られない。
back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up with all of this.
どこ向けんかったの君でしょうが。
Did you think we were going to go
違
forward?
うよ。
No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what
見当も
might
つ
be
けられま
up
せん。
there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
変わらんかなどっかで。これが上司のオフィスか。うるせえ。
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
オッケー。Please hold。ちょっと待ってね。
Okay, I'm
できた
ready.
準備。
I'm prepared to embrace
衝
this
撃的な雰囲気
stunning
で。
revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to
本当？
process.
なんなのこのゲームマジで。
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview
Huh.
for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master.
熟練の話で心をつかむ話よろしくお願いします。スタンリー先生。開けろー。開かない。くそ、開かないか。何にも見えないんだよ。真っ暗すぎるんだよな。さあ、下行くか。
Of course.
もちろん、エ
Going back
レベーター下に
down
戻
the
ります。
elevator. How did I not
なぜ
anticipate?
予測していなかったよ。
Sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
めっちゃ進んでそうだな。
Fresh air in a landscape
退
of
屈でマンネリ化して
that
た。
has grown stale and repetitive.
言い回しがすごすぎる。おやっぱやめたあのさ
You know what? I just thought of something. Hold on, let's
止めよ
stop for a
う
minute.
ほ
Don't you realize? It's the
大事にしよ
anticipation,
Stanley.
Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator
ゆっくり来ない
ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more
バカにしとるでしょ
Stanley? It seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment the thing
大学生
gets started. But where's the
緊
tension?
張感どうかな
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What
Oh,
you
that's
and
cool.
I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
ああどうも
You're
どう
the
も
one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same
てことでしょ
locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to
関わってきたいわけよ
engage. I'm not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People
わか
look
る
up to
わ
you.
かる
Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little
小
press
さな記者会見
conference
ってこ
for
とにし
you,
ましたほう
so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture
いやー
that
それほど
might
も
have a
それほどもない
tremendous
ですよ
impact on them for the better. Oh, good.
全然ちゃうやんああもう押せないも
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference
もうおかしい
should
じゃ
be
ん
just around the corner here somewhere.
記者会見やるかライブオンステージじゃないんだよこれかスタンリーライブオンステージライブ始まっちゃうじゃんワールドピースベイビ
Ah, yes, here it is, just
Stage
through
door.
this door.
ーここですかステージドアこれスタンリーじゃんお邪魔します2ステージ
All right, are you ready?
なん
I've
だこれ
told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
ガンバこれそうこれ何なんだよこれはゴルフパターゴルフ置いてあるやんここは何もなそうだなこれか トーリーはどこに行ったのよ。やったー、こんにちはー、こんにちはー、スタンリー、スタンリー、スタンリー、こんにちはー、いやー、こんにちはー。なんだ、夢かよ。がっかりだよ、マジで。あれ、部屋ちゃうやん。
When Stanley came to the set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
多分同じかな、これは。
Yes.
Yeah.
Really worth it being here in the room.
むしよ。
Eager to get back to business.
ああ、切り替えるのか。
took the first open door on his
最
left.
初に左側のドアに入った。はい。
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
こんにちは。飛び出さないでください。はあはあはあはあ。なるほどね。お、カードがいるのか。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else, but in his eagerness to prove that he's in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
Good job, Stanley.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
ああ。残念
All
だ。
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
わあ。
When Stanley came to a set of two open
嫌だね。
doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
で、これを
The lounge was
こ
sublime,
で
a work of art.
抜け
Well,
て、
but eager
で
to
も早くちょっと
get
待っ
back
て、
to
切り替えるだ。
business, Stanley took the
えら
first open door on his left.
で、これを無視して、こっち行って、
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
で、これだな。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the
あの
wrong
さ、スタン
foot
リーって。
here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about
もう
nothing
着
but
地できるよな。
you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you...
よし
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen
やっ
to
ぱり
you?
乗れるやん。
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show
や
you
っぱり
something
できるやん。
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
チャンスを
side.
ください。
Give me a chance.
やっぱりできたじゃん。何があるかな。なんもねえな。
Now listen
Oh!
carefully, this is
格
important.
付けチェックじゃん。
Stanley walked through the red door.
格付けチェック始まった。どうしよっかな。どうしよっかな。でも青を選んじゃおうかな。
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Okay,
Stanley
yeah.
walked through the red door.
赤いドア、赤ってこっちかな。合ってるかな。
I still don't think we're communicating. Stanley walked through the red
あ、
door.
ここにあるじゃん。ここにあるじゃん。Good evening. こんにちは。Hello.
All right, fine.
いいぞいいぞ、どうぞ、スタンリー。
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Yes.
don't let me stop you.
お、なんだこれ。
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building it
作り終わってないんかい。
because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken room, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
まあ、相手言うならもっと実績を入れてほしいです
Take a
ね。
stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
はい。
There we go.
よし、第3正確です。
This already feels
足りないじゃん、もう。
ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
これ試せなかったらどうなんだろうな。強制されてるやん。
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha!
はい。
You see, I knew I was onto something.
選択肢は2個です
Where
ね。
do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
完璧なんかな。
Take a look.
お、ワールドワイドリーダーボード。何を求めたのこれは。
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
つまらん。
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game. All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the artwork is notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for
4時間くらい。結構
so
先じゃん。
you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
あ、なるほどね。4時間もできんよ、これを。きっと多分これほんと4時間やるとなんかあると思うんだけど。これマクロコマンド無理じゃねこれ。つまんねえこのゲーム。クッキークリッカー以下だわ。クッキークリッカーだから絶対おもろいもん。これしかも連打しても反応せんもん。しかも顔めっちゃ笑ってるんださ。 音めっちゃ泣いてるのは気になるな。もういいや。あれ燃えないじゃん。
You
Oh.
heartless bastard.
さよう
Did
な
you
ら。
do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
帰っちゃった。
It's
もう終わりで
over.
す。
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just
他の誰かやってゲームプレイしましょうよ。
Let's see.
なんかあったっけな。
We have here. Yes, this seems
これはい
like
けそ
it'll
う。
work. Let's give it a shot.
どれどれ
Aha, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep.
何やんのこのゲーム。
Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
あ、開いたわ。さすがに閉められないな。お、これゼルダかもしかして。ジャンプができないんだよな、このゲーム。このゲーム。しかも扉閉められないし。おー、いいじゃん、いいじゃん。面白そうじゃん。
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be.
ダメ、それは無理って何？いいじゃん、楽しそうじゃん。
It's an open world game.
Open world game
Good God, quickly block it off.
封鎖してて、ああ
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
もう。お、なんだこれ。
Wonderful.
ロケットリーグやん。
This is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big
ロケット
box
リーグじゃんか。
There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
ダメだろ、これ。
If you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
じゃあ、ロケットリーグやらせてくれよ。
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the
ほら、
ball.
ボールで
Have
楽しん
fun.
で。きたー。あー、いいね。およ。あー、面白いかもしれない、このゲーム。
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a
反応せんやん。
sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Hey.
I'm going to try it out. Here comes
他
another
のボールを持ってる。
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
もしかしてこのゲーム面白いか？
In a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
ほらほらほらほら。おい。おい。
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
これ面白い
Is this
な
a。real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time because guess what? It's over.
はあ
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either.
じゃあね、goodbye, Stanley.
Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around
Oh.
to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care,
お元気ね、スタン
Stanley.
リー。ああ、そういうことね。放置された。なるほどね。取り残されたな。
Hold on. What are you doing?
何してるんだ。
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't.
もうフォローで助けられない。
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
わお。どこに行くのよ。もう、なんだここはって感じだな。謎空間に来たな。お、ゴールっぽいところが。いやー、このゲームすごいな。お、なんかあるやん。ほほこれはこれだけか。わざわざこんな部屋用意して何もないわけないよな。これだけか。わお。
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him.
彼に私が必要なん
He
だ。
needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon.
終わりはもうすぐそこです。
Very soon. I can wait.
待ちましょう。あ、反応しないじゃん、もう。あー、戻ってきた。自分なんか鳴ってたっけ。どれだこれか。
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
なんだよ。なんだよ。ていうか喋らんじゃん、あの人が。インプット。あ、なるほどね。これ、伝わってくのか、これが。たまについてんだな。なるほどね。理解理解。新コンテンツちょっとあー、しまった。くそー、新コンテンツ気になったな。くっそー、なんだ新コンテンツって。
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
そんなんあるなら言ってくれ、クソ。
Stanley was so bad at following directions
もう一回行くか、そこに。
he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Yosh!
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
あそこに分岐があるのか。気づかなかったな。
I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
で、ここに戻ってきて。
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stan. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
これ答えないとできないのかな。ダメか。
Oh, of course.
3ですね。
Really? Maybe next time we can get
バレとる。バレとるな。
Any level of critical thinking or
さすがだ
engagement
ね。
with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough,
やるな、このゲーム。
I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
マジでこのリーダーモードさ、ありえないんだよな。多すぎるだろ。This is it. うるせえ。
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
3。
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of
これ
the
全部
new
一緒か。
game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it.
4時間くらいしてから。
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out.
これ4時間試したいけど4時間やっとれん
It's
な。
over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
結構このゲームあるな、中身。
Aha!
でれーん。
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
見てみましょうよ。見に行くぞー。あの壁がさ、早いんだよな。ダメです、ダメ。それは無理。Go, go, 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 go.
It is. It's an open world.
Go, go, go,
game.
go, go, go,
Good
go,
God,
go.
Quickly block it off.
あー、間に合わない。
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that
困るな
thing. That big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
またロケットリーグできるじゃん。
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice,
何
big,
壁のあるもの。
insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
ロケットリーグ戻ってきて、
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box
ちょうどいい大きさの
around
箱。
it. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
これさ、話とか全然無視してさ、
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's
落ちれる
see.
んじゃないのあん中に。
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here.
Oh.
Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
あ、なんて
fun.
楽しいんだ。
We shall run the bases and do a
タッチダウン
touchdown
一見し
together.
よ
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
う。なるほど。あ
What are you doing?
落下しました。
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
もうフォローできません
How will
よ。
you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
あ、たくさんあるのに。あ、やっぱり、あれやらなくてよかったんだ。で、あとは、適当にぐるぐる歩いて、例の部屋を探し出して、で、これループだよな。でさっきの部屋を探し出して、 戻れば戻ってこれると。でここに戻ってきてカチャカチャカチャってやって戻ると。多分これで消えるね。よし。分かって
I
きた。
wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice.
なるほど
If
ね。
he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the
い
confusion.
や、スタンリーって
That's
すごい
who
な
I am.
何でもでき
That
るじ
is
ゃん。
what I mean to this world.
干渉できる範囲で何でもできる。
Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Wait, wait, wait. お、来た来た来た。で、戻ってきましたよと。
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit.
Yeah.
Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
なんか別パターンで来たな、また。パソコンの電源が毎回ランダムなのおもろいな。で、ニューコンテンツいきまーす。
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
新コンテンツ来たー。なんだこれは。
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
いえいえ。
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
素晴らしい。
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content
さらに
that
広くし
broadens and
緑化
expands
し
the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
エキサイティング新コンテンツ。
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
あ、ワクワクしちゃうな。
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
は
Is
あ、
it
壊れてるやん。
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
いやー、新コンテンツでゲーム内で言っちゃうのマジでバカにしてていいな。最高。
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe mostly tedious.
退屈ですよね。
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
さすがにないか。
All right. All right, let's see it.
なんだこれは。
Jump circle?
おお、ジャンプできる。すごい。ジャンプできるじゃんこのゲーム。だからなんなんだよ。だから何？え？だから何よ。
Is that
Did-
it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
そうですか。 中身のない、中身のないゲーム始まったな。もうエレベーターかいな。
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping.
ただエレベーター
Is
ジャン
this
プだ
what
け。
passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content. Right
20 が
there.
欲しい。確か
I
に
could
確かに。
counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000
めちゃめちゃ
hours of
すごい
new
な。
content. And if... Oh, wait. There's
まだあ
more.
る。いいじゃない。
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
新コンテンツをお楽しみいただきありがとうございます。
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on
Twitter
Twitter
で
and
しょ
hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to
すげえな、こういう。
such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say,
どうかな
friend?
と思うよ。全然ちゃうやん、もう。ステージ全然ちゃうやん。なんだこれは。過去の異例が。
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
ちょっと待てって。いや、入ったら良さそうだな、これ。入ってみようか。ヒューン。入ってみましょ
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how
過去を
much
振り返っ
better
て。
the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here
Ho,
where the
ho,
game's
ho.
developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
なんか別のゲームなんだ、完全に。
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life
なんやねん、
whenever
これ
I
は。
want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
ザ・メモリーゾーン。背景使い回しやん。
You see, Stanley,
忘れる
doesn't
な。
the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
お面じゃん、これ
Oh,。the waste.
なにこれオリジナルリメイク。YouTube 相談払やめろって言われて。YouTube 相談貼っとるやん。やってる、このゲーム。思い出をたどる旅。1。ハッピーエンドにっこり。これ実績か。Go outside。これも実績じゃんか。 クリエイターを保木。そう。なんかあれだね。よくあるさ、博物館みたいな感じになってるね、完全に。悲しい。なになになに
And over here is where I keep reviews of
レ
the
ビュー保持して
Stanley
んのか。
Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from
当時のね。
Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of
これはひどい。
art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every
So much
game
through there.
ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's
何もない。
nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
新しいエレベーターが持ってて1
Lifeless
時間。
husk with an hour of new elevator content.
こっちのコンテンツ作るでしょ。ザ・オリジナルリメイク。下気になるな。メンテナンスかいな。どうなっとんだマジ。ああ、閉められた。
Here's another moving passage,
Source.
this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of
Texture
choice
source
in
のか。
games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you
9点。
get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything
新
else.
コンテンツいらなかったん
It
だ
didn't need。
君言っ
content.
ちゃうんだ、それ
It。just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
ゲームの中でそれ言っちゃうんだ。お、開いてる。
These were simpler times, Stanley.
お、
What
メン
I
テされて
wouldn't
る。
give to go back, to have it all over again.
もうやり直すのにねって言ってる。ほう。
Wait,
待って。
Hang on.
と
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
自販機ある。
Oh no. Oh,
やばいこれ。
no.
いや、
Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game
スチームの販売レビュー者
I
奥さ
haven't
ん。
looked at these in years.
見てよ、それは。
Imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were
Steam
good.
review.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
面白くない。
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
これはひどい。ずるいでしょ、これ。多分もうこのルート入った時点で、プラスアルファはもうないんだろうな。なんも、だって反応しないもんな、何もかもが。あ、なんか置いてある。あ、グッドレビュー置いてあるやん。お、バッドレビューだ。
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, and
Idea 良かったが
for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy?
絶対うるさい
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
ずるいなマジで。どっか登りたりしねえかな。さすがにしないか。もう何も、なんかある。
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a
スキップ欲しいな確かに。
A skip button. Well, yes.
はい、それはできると思いますが。
Do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer.
お客さんなら何でもしましょう。
Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices are what happened, and therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story and the choices. And therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the how many billions left until so much more than forever ago, which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once... So Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been,
ようこんな思いつくな。
every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
中身ないな、言ってるこ
It
と
could。in fact be both of these things at
いい
once.
な。
That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to
Yeah, I
swirl
should
around
this.
and slap a treatise label on
Hi.
this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much
あ、これそういうことか。
sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you
これま
will.
たループするんだな。
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the
嫌になるとはそうに。
It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in
はいはい。
countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
こ
manifesto.
れループか。
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
お、
Treatise, manifesto.
言うことなくなったらしい。
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
繰り返して。
Treatise, manifesto.
はい。
Well, there,
Kimi.
sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the
ボタンのパワーなのです。
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go
そうですね。
poof, and it's all over.
結構聞いてる
I
な。
can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first
レビューって変更できましたっ
I
け？
guess I should become better educated on
なんか
exactly
できなかった気
how
がするんだけど
Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant
特定ユーザーだけ
the
レビュー。
user the ability to
与えないでしょ、
change
絶対
the
に。
review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over.
ほうほう。
How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
ほう。こうしたらどうでしょう。喋らんくなったんだけど。喋らんくなったんだが急に。やるのはちゃんとやってほしいな。押すしかないのか。はい。
Okay, welcome back, Stanley.
Okay,
Now,
thanks.
I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there?
これね。
I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way
壁を
through?
通り抜けられるんですか
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work.
協力者頼んでるんです。
We need a door.
ドア
We
が
need
必
a
要だ。
door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a
ドア
different
を取り外して
wall, but I will find a way, I promise.
そうです
You
か
just need to not do anything. Don't press
ちょっ
the
と押さないでよ
skip button. Please, please do not press the
押
skip
せって言ってるじゃん
Wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
本当かよ言ったなこれ多分実際本当に30分とか待ったら文章ありそうだけど待っとれんぞポチッとな
Stanley!
Stanley,
please don't push the
12
button
時間
again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every
なるほど。
angle. I've checked every one of
各回
those
旋回
walls
撤回
a
しました
thousand times, and there's no door.
そうですか
There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else,
これあれ
I don't know how
か
to stop you from
あ、なん
pressing
か
the
5億円
button
ボタンになります
again.
か
I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God.
レビューのせいにすんなよ
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have
確かに確かに
no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections.
子供で受け入れてる
Petulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button.
あなたがボタンを
I'm
つけ
frozen
つ
in
けたまま待って
time,
いる
knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening. If only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now.
あなただけが
Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me
今日決められ
suffer,
る
to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your
次が見たいがもう言う
own
つもり
to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God.
全部レビューのせいですよ
And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine
ループした
matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that
うるさい
anyone...
うるさい
Oh,
ぞ
Stanley, you're back. You're
お
back.
暗くなってる
Oh my goodness. I have to talk to again. Stanley, I've
1週
been a
間
week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time,
そうなんだ。
just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
ああ、枯れてるじゃん。
Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've
そうい
already
うこと
been
か。
doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you
知っちゃってる。
push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I
誰かに聞いて
needed
も
to
らって
know
そう
that
なのか
someone was
気づいたんです。
listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which
かわい
my
そうに。
words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcome.
状況変わってるな。
None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking
そうだ
it
ね、で
in.
も。
These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can
はいは
hear
い。
me, then maybe
いや、でも押したかったな。
I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence, be
なるほどね。
consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button,
まあ
you're
そこにいるとして
still
も
right there, but I know you're so
はいはいはい。
tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive.
一方的だ
I
けど
am
な。
truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world,
嬉しそうだな。
and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now.
すげえ量あるな。
I feel
すごい
certain
な。
about this as I've ever felt about
ナレーター
anything
頑張りすぎでしょ。
I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think,
これすごい
to
な。
think of returning to such coldness.
ニューコンテンツ作りすぎでしょ。
Let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us
逃
work.
げ出さないでしょ。
Let us not run from it.
あ、なくなったか。なくなったね。なくなりましたね。喋るのは飽きたらしい。さよなら。
Oh,
こんにちは、君か。
it's you. You're here again.
また戻ってきたんだ。ようこそ。
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track.
1年後。
Yeah. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you.
はい、お願いし
To
ます。
begin with,
後
there
悔で
is
いっぱいで
only
す。
regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it
かわいそうだな。
all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place
完全に
is
さ、
what I could only describe as the
5
collapse
億年ボタンってや
of
ってると
every
しちゃうねこれ。
moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for
What
what
was it, eh?
felt like an eternity. But what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have struggled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt
解放されたと。
I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity.
俺すげえな。ようこんな書いたな、文
and
章。
infinite.
ようこんな、そんなにさ、録音したね、これだけのために。
And then
す
this
げえな。
moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting
じゃあ、あなた
for
を待っていたのです。
not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence.
はいはいはい。
I wish you to feel afraid
私ね、今日感じ
that
た。壊れ
perhaps
てるじゃん。
one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
お、終わったかな。完全にね、木もこれ、枯れ果ててますからね。これでなんか時間経過を見せてるのすごいよね。じゃあ行きましょう。お。もう発言もしなくなったね。発言もし。時計壊れてるじゃん。止まってる。へえ、細かいな。もう喋らなくなっちゃったよ。喋らなくなっちゃった。さよなら。お。時計が落ちてる。何のとこれは。どこだ？どこだ、この音。あれだ。何あれ。なんかわかんないな。火災報知器とか？そんなんないよな。
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he went, shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people. Because
ナレーターめっちゃ怒ってる。
entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to
す
face
げえな、マジでこれ。
toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding
ちょっと言ってることでさ、筋通ってるのがおもろいな。
aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it.
怒ってるじゃん、明らかに。
center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous
なん
of
か
me.
スチームのさ、
Yes, of course.
スチームの話だけでこんなに広げるのすごいだろ。
They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews, now, you can see, you can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about
セリフ多いな、すげえ
the
な。
state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish.
す
But
ご
they
い
didn't
な。
understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much. They
悲しすぎだろ、明らか
he
に。
didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency,
説明
it's
的
the
じゃないのか。
lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment
Yo,
of others.
喋る
But
な。
of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to
これ
indulge
実際
in every
全てを
fleeting
実
whim
装
for
しよう
no
とする
reason
と
other
うまくいかない
than
んだ
to
よ
do
ね。
so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It
ある程度
seems
取捨
that
選
we are
択
a
しな
people
がら、そ
living in
の
such
世界観に合
bleakness
う
and
ものを実装し
discomfort
ていく
with
のが本当は
ourselves
正しい。
that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely
よー
must
喋るな
speak
君
to who
どん
we
だけあ
are
る
as
ね
people. Because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face
すげえけ
inward
どさ
toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because
そろ
of
そろいいです
this,
か
we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In
成田
effect,
君そろそろいい
we
です
have
か
demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of
マジで長いな。
ourselves.
すごいけど。
What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project.
こんばん
I'm
は。
not mad.
多分ル
I'm
ープ
not
してる
mad
と思い
about
ます
any
ね
of。this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm
ただそ
center
のルー
of
プは結
gravity
構これうまい
around
な
which
って思
these
ってて、
perversions hurl themselves. I am a
これなんか
waypoint for
気づかない
reasonable
ようにループしてる気がす
and
る。
collected discourse. They're the ones who
あ、
are
ループした。
mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the
多
idea
分
of
多分
me
大きな
using my game to try to say
大きな
something.
ブロックがいく
Maybe
つ
they
かあ
were
って、
just
それを
jealous
組み
of
替
me.
えて作ってるんですよね、これは。
Yes, of course.
だとすると相当すごいな。
They've been jealous
おや
of
す
me.
み。
The end is never the
お菓子当てる。
never the end is 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 never the end is
おかしくなっちゃったよ。
end is never the 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 end is never
終わりやしそう。
is never the end
壊れちゃった、ついに。
never the end is 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 never the end is
壊れちゃったな、成田くん。なんもないな。こっち行ったな。あ、壊れてる。なんで壊れたのそもそも。老朽化で壊れてどうかなこれ。じゃあ何年飛んだのよ。で、あ、光が。でも上がれないよな。まだ戻すぜ。ずるいってこれは。ずるいよ。草生えてるやん。おお、暗くなった。どこ行った俺。あれか。ポチッとな。マップが変わってるやん、もう。ポチッとな。お、出口あるやん。ボタンも壊れてる。もう押せなそうだね。ボタンが壊れて出口ができましたね。やったー、自然だー。だからなんなんだよ。だからなんなんだよマジで。もうボタンが反応しませんね。じゃあ海に沈んだとこなんかなあれは。終わったマジで。終わった。帰ってきたしかも。
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed
戻っ
to
て
get
きた
to
な。
the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
ありがとうスキップボタン。でけえ新コンテンツ何よ。ニューコンテンツ気になるでしょそれは。
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
何よあの新コンテンツって気になるでしょ。はい。ニューコンテンツ。 今度
You
ちゃんと
see,
作るかい
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing
ドルファー
this
でこのウルトラダックス
ultra
パニ
deluxe
ョンから
version
がっ
has
か
turned
り
out
がっ
to
かり
be.
だよ
The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new
はいはい
content for it
まあ
should
それは
live
そうで
up
す
to
ね
that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense.
バカげたこと忘
I
れて
say
た
we take it one step even further, which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley 2.
2じゃないんだよ2だ2始まった
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged
パ
sequel.
ソコンが新しくなってる
A new experience built from the ground up.
2始まったんだけど
Possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
じゃあ2売れよだったら最初から2作ってくれよ
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe.
お
What does it
得な
even
んだけど
mean?
さ
But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future oriented.
ずるいこれ
Progress and innovation and
長期的フランチャイズまでし
franchising potential.
2やばすぎるこのゲームだったら最初から2売ってくれよマジでトゥードワースうるさすぎるうるさすぎるマジでウィンビーうるせえうるさすぎるなマジでこのゲームいいなぁ2だから2人にしたってことね
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable
できてないのね
2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
2うるさいなマジでこれこれいいなアホらしくていい投資家皆様ああじゃあ開発資金がないのねニュー新機能ね新コンテンツこれもディズニーやってることお椅子が1個ある2
Here we are. Go on. Try out
試
some
してみてください
features.
なるほどグッズってのおもろいでしょオフィスデコレーション安心のバケツこのゲームのプレイしての名前を言うボタン新しい
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players
Answer them
really
all.
want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
これ多分パソコンの名前が出るんじゃねえかちょっとチェックしようかな
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game,
なるほどね。
this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
お
Here,
試しなのか
let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the
実
full
際
experience
ジム
of
となる
this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleep.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I must finish setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the
ダメですか。
impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says...
青みたいなボタンしかある。
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says, Jim, you're happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
邪魔できて神。いいなぁ。このわけわからんボタン1個のためにこんだけ作るのマジで神だな。なるほどね。
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
いいなぁ。あとどれだ？さっきボタンやったね。オフィスデコレーション。これか？これバケツか。こっちがオフィスデコレーションかな？コレクターズアイテム。終わらない。ジャンプサイクルあるやん。
You know what? Let's bring the jump
いらね
circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
もうジャンプできないじゃん。おっとっとっとっと。これなんぞや。セッティングワールドチャンピオン。ワールドチャンピオン。わけわからん部屋があるな。フリー実績何？フリー実績気になるな。ここでニュース。働くだけ。働くぞー。レバーを引くと実績がもらえる。了解しました。
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
本当でござるか？本当ですか？
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
動かないじゃん。おい、ちゃんとやってくれよ、マジで。もう、アチーブにならない。作れよ。これランダムでいけたりしないかな。ちゃんとしてー、マジで。なんかないかな。意外とこのゲーム実績がさ、動かないんだよね。おーい、なんだよこれ。ダメか。 不満だわ。うわ、がっかりだわ。実績欲しかった。
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
コレクターズアイテム。この先か。これかな？キラキラしてんな。
Collectibles. Now it's a real video
本当のテレビゲームだ。
Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative
全部集め報酬がないということで。
reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
これ何よ、これは。なんかある。やったー。これ全部終わりかいな。終わりかい。だからなんなんだよ。
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
もうないんかな。これ全部オール。あ、もうそもそも進めないわ。1個しか置いてないじゃん。フリー実績は終わった。無限の穴、多分あれだな。結構広いの笑うんだけど。エキスポホールドガイド。フリー実績がな。フリーじゃないもんな。この安心のバケツって何？無限な穴も気になるな。まず終わりそうなやつからいくか。That's new! これなんぞや。
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
これボタンだな。新しい。これはこれだけか。
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
こっちかな。
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all
いら
along.
ね
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with...
ー。いらない方送ってき
No,
た。
I've made my decision, we're moving on. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
なんでいらない方くれるんだよ。これなんだ？無限の穴。ほう。穴のことめっちゃ書いてるのおもろいな。これは何ですか？
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole
永遠に
that
つ
you
くの
can
できる穴な
fall
のです。
down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end
時
of
間が許す
time
限り
if you
落
like.
ち続けられ
A
ます。
stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
アトランティスって謎じゃないですか。ブラックホール。どれどれ？インフィニティホール。どれどれ？
You see,
Yeah,
isn't it
素晴らしいでしょ？
wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button
Teleport
to
ボタン。
pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
G を押すと地へ戻ります。はい。ヒュー。
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the
なるほど
top.
ね。
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
なるほど。もうちょっとやりたいな。
Okay, Stanley. I don't
な
know
んて言ってい
quite
いかわ
how
から
to
ないんだ
say
け
this
ど。
tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly
誇張した可能性があり
the
ます。
infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it
Again?
infinite? Well, that sort of
あと
depends
無限
on
の定義
your
を見ますよね。
definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
あ、いた
Okay, well...
おい、無限じゃないじゃん
Found
か。
the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on
あなたの問題でしょ。
Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little...
ダメじゃんこれ。
I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind
ほぼ無
us
限な
and
こと言いましょう
agree
よ。
to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button
お、そうなん
to
だ。
warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
はーい。タバコ捨てられてる。もうちょっと待ってね。あ、さすがにないかな、ここは。何にもなさそうだ。一応光が見えるんだな。ないね。これはこれで終わりか。残念。なんもないね。
Great. Now,
Great.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
書き換えられてるやん。ほぼ無限だな。細かいな。インフィニティ。細かいな、作りが。治った治ってないかな。未達成。ダメだな。まだ遊べる？マジ？ちょっと遊んでみようかな。ここも治っとるやん。どれどれ？ちょっと行ってみましょうね。またやれるならやりましょうよ。 おっ
Oh,
と
for heaven. You see, I was right.
問題当たらなかったんですよ。
The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no.
あなた変なタイプの。
Sort of.
おっと
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than
なんで
you
短くなるんだ
I
よ。
mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to
そういうこと
talk
ね。
about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
わっとっと
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become
流行り出しちゃったら短え
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily
小さくなっ
less
て
and
きてる
less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, even a very aggressive divot.
名前変えてねえかなほぼ無限だな
How is this still a problem? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh, 汚いね
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
反応しないね
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out.
じゃあね
Goodbye,
いっぱいサン
Stanley.
リー
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
元気でスタンリ
I
ー
hope you and the hole
あとさんあとともに
rest of eternity together.
帰ったやんあいつ帰りやがったこれはひどいはははなんであれなんか下がってくんだよなんやねんこのゲームマジでいい曲だな床見えなくなっちゃったこういうことね F 視点を変えるずるいって何これうるさすぎるマジでバカくだらないマジでこれずるすぎる 認識変えてみるか。あはははは。リズム転換が始まった。分かってきた。判定分かってきたわ。これもしかして音ゲーなんでは。まだある曲。何やこの曲は。曲ひど。なんやねん感じでこれ。曲が多すぎるだろ。これいいな。これキック書いたらめっちゃかっこいいな。何曲あるねん。多すぎるだろ。いやーくだらないな。一周したか。何曲あんねんマジで。まだあるし。ちょっとこれ何曲あるか調べようよ。結構あるな。カラスやんけ。これひどいな。これひどい。どんだけあんの。まだあるやん。作り込みすぎじゃんここ。あ、一周した。じゃあ現実変えようか。そういうことね。そういうこと。現実が変えてそういうことね。そういうことね。だからなんなんだよ。だからなんなんだよ。ずるいって。 なんなんだよマジで。ここ作り込みすぎでしょ。いくらなんだよ。何個あんのよ。なにこれ。ずるっ。あ、一周した。じゃあ自身を変えましょうか。ですよね。知ってた。そんな気がしたんだよな。もう遊び場じゃん完全に。ずるいって。
Stanley?
スタンリー
Stanley? Stanley!
なんだ。
You're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single
夢だっ
moment.
たか。
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be
ま
back.
た来るから。じゃあね。
Doodle pip.
また来るからいいから出してくれその前に。終わりか。お、2で持ってきた。
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
あとバケツかな。
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the
なんでバケツ？
solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they?
なんでバケツ
All
っていう
this
か。
and more await you in the Stanley Parable too.
で邪魔だがバケツ。
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
邪魔だ
There
な。
really should be an award if it isn't already.
マジで邪魔だなこのバケツ。本当かな。もう一回行こう。 どうできた？できてねえな。ちゃんと作っとけよ。バケツ邪魔だな。しかもこれだけ？このバケツ。本当かな？セッティングワールドチャンピオン。これは開かないしな。これ何このバケツはそもそも。で邪魔だな。邪魔だな、シンプルに。返しに来ました。これ返却できますか？返却できない。うわ、マジでこれだけかよ。邪魔だな。そうか。邪魔すぎる。これで一通り見たかな。バケツ見たし、デコレーションはこれだもんな。見たから、ほぼこれもちゃんと治ってるじゃん。えら。ジャンプサークルもやったし、いよいよ出口か。こんだけやったけど、まあまあ早かったな。こんな階段あったっけ？
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
あれここだっけ？出口そこだよな。ああ、実際に出口なんか。で、あれが出口なんか。コレクターズアイテムもやっぱあれで終わりだもんな。うん。じゃあ終わりだ。行きますか。バケツが邪魔だっていうことだけだな。行きますかね。2というより博物館だな。ここにコップ指わからんな。こんにちは。
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
本当？
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and
なるほど。
we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful
言いたいことに
gameplay
一理あるね。
experience. Okay. Are you ready?
はい。
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
2!
Um,
は
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
そうですか。
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, yes, this is much better. I feel good about it.
この盛り上がらせいいな。
Version 2.
おう。
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up.
ジャンプサークルがでかすぎるだろ。
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game.
Hi,
I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of
そう
the
ですね。
original.
これは大事だね。
Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well,
まずこれがあっ
insert a
て
few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it
凄
would
まじい
need
タイトル画面が必要。
a tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip
なんか
something
ちょっ
up.
と作ってるよ。
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
あ、始まった始まったやん。この辺は変わってないな。本当に始まったやん。クレジット。クリッ
This is
ク
the
あ、
story
スキップ機能ついてる。
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
風船が。
427. Employee number 427's job was
飛ばせるの神でしょ。
he sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
この辺も一緒かな。
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
でもさ、ストーリー変わってなかったら2の意味ないでしょ。
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
2。
Something that would forever change Stanley.
そこだけ変えてもしょうがないんよ。
Quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to
風船
give
邪魔だな。
him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
このゲームが変だよ。
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
ああ、何
But Stanley
Ah.
simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, was to wait. Nothing will hurt me.
あ
Nothing will break
あ、ここ
me.
一緒なんだ。
In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days.
ちょっと、ここ封鎖しといてよ。
He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt,
もう
was
待たなあ
that
か
if
ん、この
he
ゲー
waited
ム。
long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be
同
spoken
じエンド
to.
残しちゃダメで
He
しょ、2な
will
の
be
に。
told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
いいですか、そろそろ。あ、2になってるわ。よかった。じゃあ、試して2やりましょうか。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
風船邪魔だな
Stanley。decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
そんなとこに
No
食いつ
matter
けんな
how
よ。
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
あーでもこの周辺は多分分かっててやってないな。あー風船なんも効果ない。チェ。おー何にもないな。
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him,
バケツ
begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
どこにあんのバケツ気づかんかったし。拾わないだろ。邪魔だもん。おお、でも全然違うじゃん。これ
When
一緒か。
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
これはちょっと左に戻ってみましょうか。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
ずるいって。こーら物置早くするなってするだからって。もう。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
上行きますか。これバケツ必須なのかな。あ、コレクションでもある。
You found one of them.
や
One
っ
of
た
the miniature
ー。
Stanley
1
figurines.
個目。
Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment
いや、嬉しい
you come
な。
across one of these beautiful figurines.
トイレに意味できてちょっとおもろいな。嬉しい。お。ちょっとずつ変わってるな、でも。どうですか？ここは一緒か。なんだ変わんないのここ。
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on
確信だ
the
な。
floor, he lay prone,
1時間
paralyzed
を
by fear
そ
for
んなわけないでしょ。
nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this
過去の
keypad
話してるや
guarded
ん。
the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a four-digit code so
ちゃんと変わってる。
and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer
乗
luck.
ってあげるか。
Easing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
あと何があったかな。無限の穴とジャンプか。あ、ある。
Another
Ureshi.
Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
ちゃんとあるのいいな。じゃあ行くか。あるかなまだ。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
あ、こっちやってないな。あるかな。ああ、閉められちゃってるか。入っちゃうともうダメなんだな。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
「ストーリーは一緒なんだよな。特に変わんねえのかな、それ以外は。
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
この辺は
Each
一緒だ
bore
ね。
the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
これなんかスルーできんかな。
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it?
これなんか正しいルートに行ってるとちゃんとしてんだよな。あー動けない。
No, he refused to believe it. He
ダメか。
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
まだジャン
control.
プ出てきてないんだよな。
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
これ暗すぎるんよ、ここが。
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
なんかねえかな。押せるな、これ。これ押せないな。これも押せるけどな。 ガンルリンもうないやん。お、なんだこれ。何これ。反応しない。気になる子供さん。なーにこれ、この5って。絶対なんかあるでしょ、あれ。あー、そういうこと？そういうことね。この中にボタンが5つあんのか。理解理解。1、2、3どこだ？これか。3。さっき上にボタンが見えたんだよな。あ、多分あれが4なんだけど。あそこ行きたいな。行くにはどうしたらいい？この辺にルートがあるそうなんだけど。どっか上がれないかな。多分階段があるよな。でも暗すぎて何もわからん。ここの辺に階段があるな。でも上がれないな。あ、あった。で上がれないけど。この辺に階段があるように見えるんだけどな。あそこ行けないのかな？行けるよな、多分あれ。でもどうやって？あれ押せないの気に入らんな。押せないのかなあれ、本当に。なんでこのゲーム謎解きあるんだよ。くそー。気になるな。あれっていけないの？見えない。見えなすぎてわからないけど、ここに階段がありそうなんだけど。本当？別から行くんかなあれ。じゃああれ、あの4番絶対押せないじゃん。あれ気になるけど、一旦後にするか。わかんない。
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place.
Oh.
Oh, Stanley, you You didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
やったー。
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2
2分かな。
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
Ah, なるほど。
Time left to enjoy it.
で、これか。
Moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More
だから上がれなか
time
ったん
to talk
だ。
about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
なるほどね。
A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? You have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. This big red button. All this everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
はい。設備電源。あ、まあ2になってる。いいね。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
向こうの部屋にあるのちょっとおもろいな。座っとるやん。座っとるな。
Maybe Stanley would never pick up the
しょう
bucket.
がねえな、拾ってやるか。
Lonely bucket. Stanley picked up the
拾って
bucket.
やるよ。邪魔だな。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
バケツの腕強く抱き。
and took the door on his left.
入ってあげるか。お、変わってる。完全攻略で本能を信じて。変わってるやん。ミッションステータス。あー、なるほどね。これ本当にあるやつ、これか。展示内部は取った。広い部屋、たくさんの箱。これ本当にあるんだな、これが。ちょっと待ってね。あとどこだ？広い部屋。あー、なるほど。だから他のルートのとこにあるんだ。物置開けれるじゃん。
Oh, Stanley. Can
感
you
じます
feel
か？
it? The broom closet. It
あの
wants
物置
the
は
bucket.
バケツの物
You
置
can
を置いている
feel
と。
that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't
頑
give
張る
in.
せんで負けるな、
Don't
バケツ離す
hand
な。
over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong
だっ
friend.
てこのバケツ手放せないもん。
Can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
長すぎ
That
る。
your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on,
い
Stan.
け、スタンリーやっちま
Lay
え。
into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
バケツ1個でこんな話せるのすごいな。
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got something which I think will help
まだあるか。
settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
こちらです。ああ、いいね。
There. Now it's simple. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike,
おぬきはサラダだ。
with all your meandering philosophical
細けえな、マジで。
about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
あ、終わり
All
だ。
right, I've
あ、
got
ま
a second sticker
まだね
back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. See? I feel that it works
ステッカーはな
because
んの
the
かい。
sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
ああ、これバケツだわ
There。really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
これバケツだわ。
You know what? I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
すげえな。あ、終わりだね。終わりだ。お待たせ。
Coming to a staircase,
スタンリーとバケツは
upstairs to the boss's office.
スタンリーとバケツだっておもろいな。ただいま。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code.
全くの運転手。
Was it the bucket?
バケツの最初分かったでしょうか。
Was the bucket guiding him?
バケツのせいになってるやん。
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
バケツのせいになっとる。よいしょ。
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself
もしバ
together,
ケツと
if
一緒じゃな
not
ければ。
soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
こっち行ってみよ
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket
う。
would
ちょっ
meet
と
a
待って。
violent death.
本当かな。
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
はいはいはい。
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
引き返さすぎるでしょ。帰らさすぎるでしょ、いくらなんでも。わあ。どうなった？
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's
Bucket なしいいっ
turned
て。
out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
これか。
This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket
Oh.
everywhere. Farewell,
さらば
Stanley.
スタンリーよ。おや？
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
誰だよお前は。
Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to
バケツの
an end
命は。
as it was crushed violently to death.
おお。
It was a shame, the death of
あ
such
んな
a
に立派なバケツが死ん
magnificent
でしまったことは。
bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own
なんやね
way,
んこれは。
but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
バケツ取り直してる。バケツ大展示会のご来場お待ちしております。あなたは今、知識の書き立っています。なにこれバケツをさ、取り付けしていくらなんでも。
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him?
バケツが上がってくのシュールすぎるだろ。
Bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life.
ありがとう、バケツ。これひどいな。大嘘は25個とか。これもひどいな。取っ手2個ついてる。地獄バケツ。ひどすぎるな。ストレスバケツ解説なし。ひどいな。
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
バケツ神になっちゃったな。ぶら下げられたバケツ。さっきのじゃん。わお。あ、掴めた。
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die.
スタンリーしよう。
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment
なんなの？
as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
はい。バケツエンドだ。あ、あるやん。なになになになになにこれなにこれなんすかこれは。これひどいな。これはひどい。でもボタン復活してるやん。もしかして出られない？これはひどい。助けてーこれ出られないだろ絶対。ひどい。完全に地雷じゃん。 こんなことしたいだってないのに。なんで助けてー。違う、ボタン復活するでやばすぎる。もしかして出られないこれ。出してくれー。嘘、これ出れんのマジで。この続編はついてる。細けえな。細かいな。これは本当に出られないんでリセットするしかない。かしこまりました。怖すぎ。
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
あれこんなだったっけ？これ知らないのあるな。ああ、もう、なんか貼られてる、そばにか。無視しましょうか。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
あるかな。
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two?
なんか部屋もちょっと変わってる気がするな、これ。
Love a room?
気のせいかな。
Truly, truly, deeply, madly, love.
そんなことはないか。
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. そうだな。こっちだな。 Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
あそこになんかあるな。
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
あそこに行けるってこ
difficult.
と
But
か。
the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
あんなとこどうやって行くん
all
だ。
this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
一旦こっち行こうかな。
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
あそこ行けるんだろう
She's
な。
been waiting.
行く方法があるはずってことは。わお。
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out. Oh, no, no, no.
やっぱりだ。
Did you just unplug the
でも抜けるじゃん。
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible.
抜けたやん、やっぱり。
No, it's definitely here.
やっぱり電話で抜けるじゃ
Stanley picks
ん。
up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an
なるほどね。
incorrect course of
で
action.
もできちゃったよ。
How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see...
どうなんですか？
No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're
ま
a
だ
real
実在の人物な
person.
のです。
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk
お、
on my
ゲーム中断
watch.
ですか？
I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this
教育ビデオをご覧ください。
instructional
はい。
video.
どうぞ。
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find
Fish.
yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack."
何の話してんだこれ。やばすぎるだろ。プラクティス。
Excellent. Making choices on a regular
なんやねん
basis
これ。
is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
めちゃくちゃ。
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
はい。
Ah, welcome
ただいま。
back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a
考えて
few
みましょう。
minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
です、どうぞ。はい。はいはいはい。ただいま。であ、なくなってる。なるほど。
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we
ああ、そういうことね。
jumping off
そういう
the
ことか。
platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
ちゃんとロック化されてるのか。
It seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
で、わざわざ。いや、ここから上がれたってことなんかな。で戻ってきたぞ。最高の休憩室だ。
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
左のドアを選べてたな、さっき。左のドア。
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
本当?
Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
開けちゃダメでしょ、それ。左こっちだっけ？
No! Why
No!
did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
開かないじゃん。間に合うかな。こっちだと思うんだけどな。そもそもさ、何もいけないじゃないですか。ああ。こっちですか？ああ、バグっちゃった。
It's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you
私が
destroyed my work. Why?
ああ。
For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge.
もう来て
I'll
ませ
have
ん。
to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I
いい、
have
も
to
う
shut
終
the
了しな
game
くちゃ。
down.
しなく
I
ちゃ。
have to. I
しなくて
have
は。
to.
わあ。お、いるじゃん。
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish.
瓦礫と
With
一緒に。
you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It
あ
was
あ。
the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be
どれだけ重要か。
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh,
私のストーリーが。
story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left,
左
you
の
would
中
have
に
seen
いたや
there
つ。
was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I
大変
tried
だ
so
な。
hard to make
ああ。
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
そういう
and
やり方で選択
always
するということ
putting
で
the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
これさ、こう見るとここ左だけどさ、こう見たらこれが左だよね。こっちじゃないかな。
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
ああ、飛ばされたわ。
Behave exactly as Stanley did. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
細かいな、
I'm
マ
sure
ジ
you'll
で。
be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
こうですか？あれ？違うなぁ。よく見るとここバグってんな。すごいな、このゲーム。
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
ああ、バグった。
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
チラッと見て、帰って、左手どうかな。ああ、まともすぎるな。面白くない
There was
な。
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
なんだこれ、本数持ってくんのか。あれ開かない。開けろよ。
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
階
office.
段服されてる。ちゃんとしてるな。一本道にされとる、完全に。ここも開かないな。ちゃんとしてる。開かない。よくできてんな。緑色になってんな。
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who
部屋
orchestrated
変えすぎでしょ、いくらなんで
until
も。
he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability,
このパソコンも
he
知っ
knew
て
the
たぜ。
passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer
ジョー
just
ジのパソコンのセキュリティの問題がある。
115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but
そうなんだ。
now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath
ほら、勝手に言う
and
な
then。spoke the code.
言わないぞ。
Stanley spoke the code. Night sharp
うんって言われた。
115.
言わないぞ
He。spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
やだもん。いや、やだもん。
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story.
話を
This
すまない
is
で
a crucial
大事なことなん
step.
です。やだもん。やだやだやだやだ。やだやだやだやだ。
Okay, fine.
やる気ないですね。
But you know what?
でもさ
It's、pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
お前入れられなか
You
った
could
や
have
ん。
done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You
お前が右を進めたんだろ。
Stanley came to a set of two open doors.
Oh.
He entered the door on his left.
第三者だったわ。
Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I
選択できなくなった。
make a choice.
ジエンド。
I need you to walk through the door.
終わったウルトラデラックス。
Can you hear me? Is everything...
いやー、いいゲームでしたね。
Stanley, this is important.
とてもいいゲームだ。
It needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
頼むから選んで。なんかしてよ。なんでもいいからさ。
This is more important.
これあなたが知ってる重要なんです。
I
必要なんです
need
よ。
this. The story needs it. So, you hear me?
聞いてる？
Are you there? You listening to this, Stanley?
ここにいるよ
Okay. It's
ー。オッケー、待ってますよ、全然。
You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best.
あ、でも、ごめんね、リロイ。ごめん。
It's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
あら暗くなってる。まだなんかあるってことか。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
バケツある
Perhaps he
や
had
ん。
simply missed a memo.
構造が、こう。拾ってますか、バケツ。
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
安心してありません。
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
ラウンジだ
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
バケツに行くか。
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting
細かいな。
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
ここ
Go
に行きたいんだ
there.
よな。
Go to the cargo lift.
ここに行きたいんだけどな。あれを取りたいんだけど取れないんだよな。ああ、こうか。来た来た来た来た。バケツ邪魔だな。取れた。
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these
Yatta!
little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
なるほど、こうやって取るんか。これ上がれるよな。どここれ。変なとこ来ちゃったな。カセットテープがいっぱい置いてある。なんか別のエンドに来たっぽいぞ。わお。
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number. I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I
このバケツをなんか聞きそうに。バケツの味するのいいっても
anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't
俺も意味わかんないよ。
sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world
も
so
うとにかくバケツに対してのさ、圧倒的信頼感がすごいな、このゲー
in
ム。
my arms. Why everything
これ
feels
多分マジで、マジでこれバケツの有無でエンディング全部変わるぞ、これ。
so... What do I do with this
ちゃんと2じゃん。
treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This
金をぶつ
is
けた。
my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that?
バケツじゃん、音が。
Camporata.
だからなんよ。いやー、このゲーム永遠と遊べるわ。面白い。 マジでいい時間なんでそろそろ終わろうと思いますが、これってオートセーブだよね、多分。この感じだと。いや、いいゲームでしたね。まだ見えそうなとこいっぱいあるんだけどな。もうだって日付変わりそうだもん。一応オートセーブ、ありがとうございます。じゃあ、終わろうか。皆さんもね、ゆっくり休んでいただきまして。じゃあ、これはね、面白いから皆さん買った方がいいよ。確か今これスチームでセールやってて、それで買ったんですよ。いくらだったかな、今。ちょっと待ってね。今がね、えーっと、じゃあマジでもう一周しないといけないっぽいだから、この感じだと。今、ストアペイ見ると、価格が、今、6割引きで1028円ですね。これは買った方がいいよ。皆さんもね、ぜひやってみてください。本当にいいゲームです。バカだなーって言いながら遊べるのがいいね。結構ちゃんと、なんか2を作ってて偉いなと思いましたわ。とてもいいです。ということで、終わりたいと思います。皆さんもね、年末年始、年始か。年始のお休みね、皆さん満喫していただければと思います。次、または、今度からまた月曜日戻すつもりなんで、よろしくお願いします。それじゃあ、お疲れ様です。豆知識なんですが、電話番もあって、あっちはなるほどね。昔の、なんだろう、過去の足っていうのかな、もうそういうのも出てくるっていうのが面白いですね。作り込みが半端ない。じゃあ、このゲームは何を求めてんだろうな。ということで皆さん、やってみてくださいね。お疲れ様でーす。あ、そうだ。チャンネル登録と高評価もぜひよろしくお願いします。